Hi everyone, good morning. Just give people a second here to join and then we can get started. Wow, nice, good job. We actually got back to where we said we were gonna. Were you watching yesterday's stream? I don't know if you tuned in or not. But that 63.88 pin was great. I think that put us at a really good odd for holding those 60s and getting. Hopefully we get our 65.20s today. That's really, really good though. So I'm trading 3 accounts today, so it's kind of hard to stream, but if I have to shut it off, I will. Okay, I think this is probably fine. Let's see. It's gonna be a bit messy today. Well, yeah, you guys did. I'm managing 3 accounts, so for me, if I have to shut it off, I will. Okay. So, okay, this is pretty messy, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but we basically protected these mass spots the day before, and then we went back and back tested these overnight, but I did notice that they did a really good job of holding above the means, like above the 6.4, 6.3 area this time. And I'm not going to recap everything from yesterday because it's just way too much, but remember how yesterday I was telling you guys that we had like this 121 and 7.5 point differential, because this is where we ideally wanted to hold. This is where we actually held back in here. And that equates to about 129 points. Do you guys remember that? And weekly range, what did I tell you guys we're averaging? If we can break an 88 point metric, we could be on track to get where? What was our weekly range? And this is from the weekly report. It's 121, 7.5. What's our weekly range? Just real quick. Good morning, Stacy. $128 to 132 points. Yes. So could we have hit max range already today on the session? Yeah, maybe from a low range, right? From an actual open close range, not quite. Like, and this was such a good hold. Like this close right here, it wasn't the most ideal, but we met our minimum conditions. Remember what we said yesterday? Minimum condition was we close where? At least that 63.88 to 63.91 area, right? Ideally 93.96 would have been a bit better, or that 64.04 to 64.08. Remember? Where did they open us for the real-time session though? And this is just in case you guys forgot, which I feel like you guys probably forgot since yesterday, unfortunately. But these areas had the highest odds for pins. And I'm pretty sure I had it mapped out for you guys somewhere. Yes, right here. Remember that these areas were our annual ranges? You guys remember this? This area here, like 63, 87, 75. So hence that being like the minimum range. And we also had gone ahead and mapped this. So we really needed to be above this 9.1 area that was extremely calculated. Do you see that? Do you guys think it's a coincidence that they closed it there? That's crazy that they actually ended up hitting the 63, 90, 91 spot. That keeps our 346 point odds in play. Do you guys realize that? Especially because this is the 22nd flip date, and that was the 21st close. That's crazy because we already know that those are calculated times. So that means that today's date had that odd to negate, which we talked about, and that was kind of like retracing the range all the way back up, which we did do. But these are such good pins that we had yesterday. because this can now come back and offset the remainder of this range. Okay, so, and this is where we want to get back to. We wanted to get back to retest these areas here, and we have some odds now of extending through here. This was, I think, based off the 60, this was the 44-point break off 64.20, which we'll go over in a sec, because I think we ended up closing. These were the areas that we said that they could pin around, right? 64, 63.88, 63.98, 94, 96, 04, 14. I think when we discussed this yesterday, these were like the ranges before I signed off. And then I think we said around the 07, 08 was also a good spot, because this would give us like some relatively decent odds. We ended up getting our mass like retracement today, so this is pretty nuts that they actually fully retraced us back. Okay, I think that was, let's go back here so we can take a look. Okay, so we had said that, because this was, I just want you guys to see this. This is, okay. Like, we knew that these areas would have been a bit more ideal, but I want to show you guys something, because last night, okay, do you see how nicely they held above this spot, you guys? In here? Like, before they cleared? Which is really, it's our neutral zone, right? Like, and getting back into it, but do you see how nicely, once they cleared this area, how great they held above that neutral spot? Do you see this? And it took it directly to the 6. This is a huge area here at 9.3, okay? That's a really big spot. That's our 129 point range. Like, this area here is our 129 to 132 for the week. Okay, do you see this? There's that 129. That's why they stalled it there. And we knew that they were calculating around 129, 129 and a half. So I figured that if they do stall, that would be the first area. Which areas are big, 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 big spot to take out? Do not get this wrong. This is the spot that can get us an all-time high retest. It's all we actually have to break to get an all-time high retest. Don't get this wrong. You guys cannot get this question wrong. 6497. We don't have to break anything else. All we have to do is break 97. That's going to give us a very good chance of getting a retest of that 6510 and potentially expand to where? Where could we potentially expand to? We'll do some recaps here just in case some of you guys forgot. So these were the minimum pin conditions from yesterday, ideally holding above 8.8 and closing there, which they did do. They ended up pinning us yesterday right in that spot, if you guys remember. So we'll go back to yesterday's close. Where's yesterday's close? Right in here. Do you see it? This little box range right here? Boom, right at the line. That's actually insane. 63.90.75, and they had this nice little gap open, but stalled 9.6. 9.6, 9.8 was a bit of an overhead. You can kind of see they breached both sides. Even though we had this bigger reversal during London session yesterday, they still, yeah, so it'd basically be like taking SPX to 6,500. It's the same as ES 6520s, I think. Does that make sense? Sometimes do you have to go down to go back higher? Like, I think this was a good reset for them taking out that 63, 96, 98, these areas that we wanted yesterday. Do you guys remember where we ideally wanted to pin yesterday, or did you guys forget already? What were the areas that we ideally wanted to pin? So we already know that these are our mass ranges. What were the areas that we ideally wanted to pin? And these gave us really good odds. So I was going to show you guys. These are now what we could be targeting off the closing points if we get an expansion today. Do you see how this could allow us to trigger the 6520s? It is quite calculated. So off the lows, we technically have hit max range. Off the open close, though, we haven't. Does that make sense? We haven't quite hit that off the open close ranges here. So do we still have some odds for getting our 6520s today? Basically this whole range in here. 19, 21, 22, 24. Yeah, I think so. Obviously time is going to be a huge factor. It is quite early, but they're already taking out the 132 point ranges from lows, right? I think from weekly lows matters, but even from today's real-time lows is going to make a huge difference. Like this is already 132 points right here at 9.6. Do you see that? How important is the 9.6 retest? So this is pretty insane because taking out our 6496 this time, you guys, it's not just a 6496 break, it's a 132 point break off lows. Isn't that insane? Like the way that they formulated this so that the 132 point break would be off 6496. That's pretty wild. So 6496.75, 6497.25 is our actual overhead. These were extremely calculated spots from before. Off ideal lows, which was yesterday's range, if you guys remember, off the 63.70, 63.69, which was a 66 point hold off the prior weekly highs. I just don't know how much you guys retain in your memory, but just as a reminder. So from our ideal holds, so we had holds at 63, 63, 63, 64, which isn't bad. What were our ideal holds though? What spots? Which area was a little bit more ideal? And this is going to give us a pretty good insight here if they're going to give us this break. What areas were a little bit more ideal to hold this week? Not that it's bad that we held off 6.3 and 6.4, because yesterday if they had broken that down any lower to like 5.7, then we would have been in really big trouble, because that would have been that mass break and that 150 point range break beneath, which is half that 346.256. So which areas were a little bit more ideal? Come on. Pretty easy at like question actually. 63.70s. Okay, those were more ideal. Those are the 68, 66 point holds. They're also core ranges. Okay, so overhead off of the more ideal spots to hold. Let me just clear this up so you guys can see. Like off of these past ranges, have we broken the 132 point breaks yet? Not quite. If you look at this, we're actually basing right around where they previously closed or stalled. And if you measure off that 65.02, 50 failure from that previous time, do you see how that would be the 132 point break right here too? Remember we wanted 65.03, 65.04 that day and they ended up stalling by like 1.25. Do you guys think this offset here by 1.25 hold could help give us that 1.25 offset that we need today? What do you guys think? So they can actually give us 65.0375? Isn't that insane? So sometimes they take you lower to hold you a little bit higher to give you a slightly better odd of breaking. That's pretty wild, isn't it? And that would mean retesting this 65.02 and giving us that potential break this time of 03, 75, 04 area, which we really wanted back in here because that would have given us that break to 10 right here, right? All these little incremental stalls, could that also help us get maybe a test of the 6510 area here? What do you guys think? These are our overheads. Do you understand how they formulated this? It's actually quite cool that they did it this way. Could 6510 be a max range if they don't want to give us the full extensions to the 6520s today, depending on the kind of range that we get? And remember what we were saying yesterday too, like if they can retrace back, like even, I think this was the 44-point range. Did any of you even pay attention to where they opened this morning? This was the area that I said yesterday. This would be a little bit more ideal. This would be like the best case scenario for them to close here. Not that they have to, but this would be like the best case if they did. Did any of you guys notice where they opened today? Like, they opened at that 6406, 07, 08 spot. That's insane. They opened at that 44-point range. Do you see that? Look at this morning's open. That's extremely calculated. That was the area that we really, really wanted to see if they could break. That was the 44-point hold, which was one of our best case scenarios. That means that you can easily have that 88-point break. And I don't know if you guys noticed, when they did take out this range, like on the first attempt, especially off like these areas here, do you not see that they took out exactly 44 points in range on this stick? I was waiting for one of you to point it out, and no one did. And I was like, damn it, you guys, come on. Just for once, point something out. Point it out and be like, oh my God, this is the 64.58 spot that Izzy was talking about yesterday. And they did it in a single stick, and they broke exactly 44 points. Do you not see it? Look, that's insane. How no one pointed that out this morning, I was like, just point it out. Because this is huge. This could give us what? Do you see it? What could this give us on this break? This is giving us our implied ranges. Do you see how this could be that 6502 retest right here? Off this 5.8, I think it hit 5.850, which is also our calculated spot from the past. Hello, that'll give us the 650225 retest. What's 44 times 3? What's 44 times 3? 132. They're moving this in 132-point lots. Do you see it? That's why they opened where they opened, because they wanted to put that odd in play. That's the 44-point hold. That's the 44-point close. That's insane that they actually opened it there. So if you measure this off of today's real-time open, which was 640775, I think right now we'd probably be breaking just about that 88-point range. Yeah, we did. That's why this is such a big overhead here. And I didn't measure right off real-time open because I figured that's probably a mass expansion. Off of today's real-time open though, what kind of odds does this give us? And I'm not saying we'll get this today, but this is still a really good open that could roll into next week's session. So like for Monday. What kind of odds could this give us? Just say it in very simplified terms. Don't give me a number. Just give me the odd. What kind of odd could this set us up for? Yes, and doing what? What else could it set us up to do? What is this? What's this area up here? What's this? What would that set us up to do? Potentially. These are the weekly targets from the report. But yeah, it would give us an odd of testing the top of the zone and entering a channel, right? Is that what we want? The 150 point break from here would set us up to get those 50s. Okay. Those are really big annual targets that we're trying to achieve by end of Q3. So that's the 26th is the next important date, which makes the 25th just as important because that's ahead of flip. Just like yesterday's date was important. So is this setting us up to potentially test the top of the zone, maybe enter the channel by Monday? Yeah, but we don't even have to get that. I think even just getting the reset of 03, 75, and 10 would even help us. Like, I don't think that, because this would be like the 34 point break. Do you see it? Off these spots here. So it's not that, so it gives us an odd of entry. It's just that, so this gives us like the minimum odd. Does that make sense of getting like these points here? And like getting like, the only thing that would suck is it doesn't give you an odd of like actually breaking the top of the channel. But considering they are working in 44 point intervals, I guess that's where you could have a slightly better odd. Do you see this? Because this top of the channel is 448. Okay, do you see that? But the issue here is that could give it an odd of stalling the top of the channel. I don't know if that makes sense. So 6503, 6510 still gives you an odd of the channel, but it gives you an odd of stalling the channel. So you could stall 6540s, okay, instead of breaking to like that annual range. Whereas like the 6510 area, like it depends on where they close us. Do you see this? That can still give you a decent odd. The 6510 could still give you an odd of getting this annual range. Do you see what I'm saying? 150.75, guys, by the way, is half of 346 and 256 because we're playing midpoint intervals here. So there should be confluence around the 6550s. But do you see how this could still give you that good odd? Whereas obviously the 20s would give you the highest odd of getting core ranges, right? And hit like not only the odd of getting to 65, 66, 68, but potentially breaking them. Do you see that? Like this could give you, the 20s gives us like even just the minimum odd. You still get the odd of getting the 50s. Do you see it? And you have a very high odd of breaking the channel. So 20s are more in line with the 50s and 60s break with core odds, whereas the 1003 area is more in line with like you could still enter the channel, but you could stall and digest it, which isn't the worst case scenario if they wanted to do that. It would still be okay. Can we start now looking at ranges for our is everyone on track though with what we're looking for? And especially to close off the week. So off these ranges here, this should still keep setting us up for those, because now we're on track for getting that 346 point break, right? Or extension on that break, which technically should net us to these areas here for Q4. We're basically trying to interpret how much range we can still get for Q4 if we met these conditions for Q3. And you see how they really saved the range today? I don't think anyone, do you remember me saying this yesterday? Who was asking? Remember I said that I don't think it would be hawkish. Like if they close us above 63.88, 63.90, it could actually be dovish. And it's more about the math that's aligned with these spots here than anything else. So I think we have most of our ranges for the actual session today, but this area in here is still pretty heavy because this is definitely a huge overhead. This 649496 is that past 256 point range, by the way, this area here. So them stalling right here is pretty important. Obviously the 64 96.75 is going to be that bigger overhead to break in general. And I don't know if you guys remember last week they stalled on doing that, hence having like that bigger reversal. Do you guys remember that? We just couldn't get that break. I think it was back here, remember? And then they stalled by like a hair right here. That was on August 14th. They stalled 9675 was the overhead, and they stalled it right into the close. Do you see this? So I'm going to point this out because this could imply the kind of ranges, guys, we could get today if they do come and take out that area, okay? So when we had stalled last time, they initially brought down the range by 7.5 to 13.75 points. So it's just something worth noting because that could be the implied range or PA that we could get on that break. And we want to see what kind of range that could net us to. So like off these 9-7 breaks, do you see how it should net us to that 03? Do you guys see it? That 02? These usually can give you like an implied range break. So we want to see if that nets us to the areas that we need, which is that 02, 03 area. It does. Okay. Off where they triggered highs, that does give us an odd of getting that 650375. That's pretty interesting, actually. That's cool. Which is the exact area that we just discussed. Okay. Because had they taken this just a tiny bit higher that day and closed it just a bit higher, like closer to like this 9675 area, this right here, I do think that they could have triggered that 10 spot. Do you see this? That's where the reduction came in. I don't know if you guys can see that, but these are obviously very fine details, but it does make a difference in how it trades. Okay, so there's a bit of a 3-bar down right here on the 5-minute that I kind of wanted to see if they try turning this around in the next 5 minutes or so. Otherwise, this could put us at a pretty big risk. This is definitely an area that's more than enough to be considered a max range if they want to stall here. So I am taking a tiny bit of caution in these ranges. I'd say that we probably could be okay back testing the zone, but I really don't want to come back. Like I noticed that back in here when they came back and held, they did a good job of holding off real-time lows, but I feel like once they start holding over like an 88-point range, which is above that 90 spot, like once they start clearing above here, I figured that's probably where they'll have more progressive price action, especially off like these ranges here. Do you see it? So they're struggling right now with the 88-point metrics, okay? Off opening range lows, the open, and opening range highs. I don't know if you guys can see that. And all of this should have confluence around that 96, 97, 98 area. So once they start getting some better clearance breaks, which would look something like this, okay, and staying above this area here, then we'd have a better odd of breaking. This is a very important time of day though, because we definitely don't want them to, and I don't know if you noticed this too, like they haven't closed above. Do you see this? So they need to close above this 659575. 659575. And I think the highest closing stick we've had so far is right around there, right? 649525 50. Do you see this? They haven't closed above that yet. Do you guys see that? 649575 is 88 points. 88 points off session open. No closing sticks above yet. So maybe we'll set that as another trigger on here too. And like I was saying too, like we definitely want this to start negating soon, just because there are some bear flags on like the smaller time frames, even like the 6 minute here. 1, 2. This is technically valid through 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. So between 12:05, that's probably the most important period here this afternoon, because it's the period to see if they're going to actually give this up or keep it in play. Do we have anything happening at 12? Vinci, I don't understand the question entirely. If you already sold, you mean? Is it better to just sit out? Well, this area is still a good area, like for risk to reward. And technically speaking, there still is like decent range. Like if they actually expand us today, then we could get to the 20s. But if they're going to limit us, we'll find out here in a second, because that's where they could stall this range here, and then maybe the range would be limited to 05 to 02, 04. Do you get what I'm saying? So might be better like to look at Monday expirations at that point, just in case. What time is it? So we definitely want to see if they're going to hold the zone here ahead of noon, because that's what could cause this bigger reversal to come into play. One, two. This is already on its third bar, so its fourth period of exhaustion or expansion is at 12. Thank you so much, Mose. So that fourth bar does trigger at 12 o'clock. Between 12 and 12:05, which is pretty hilarious because that's an expansion / exhaustion period. Well, this stick right here, it was good because it brought us to where we needed, especially that 5.8, 5.9 area, but it's bad if you never had an existing position. Do you know what I'm saying? Because then they already gave more than half that move on that implied break. So this is the point of the day that it really has to try to negate this continued downside. 64.90 was also the 66-point break from last week's open. This area here, the 61.91, 91.75 was the 68-point break. And this period of time here is essentially going to give us that idea if they want to try to sustain this or continue down for another few bars. And Trump speaking would make sense during this time because we need that volatility. Well, it kind of depends. Like, where did you guys enter? Where did you cover? Like, these are still pretty good spots to have taken something off, but it is relative to where you entered. Like I entered my Friday position on Wednesday when we had held those lows, and I only kept it because we closed above 63.88 yesterday. Otherwise I would have sold that. If you did overnight longs off our weekly low targets, then obviously this is, you can manage a bit more. If you did entries this morning, let's say off of like these zone holds or off open, it was just tricky because even though these were still good holds above 64.14, the only other area of entry I would say would have been closer to the 50s and 60s. Anything else above there is a little bit tricky. Okay, this is a pretty big spot here to see if they're going to expand this duration between 12 and 1206, or if they're going to try to negate this downside risk here. I would have preferred it to be above 8.8 or 8.9 ahead of 12, but this is the period for them to try to negate this downside risk here. How many points are we off highs? Oh, so this would be the 12 and 13 point break too. That's interesting. 12 and 13 is usually the first incremental range break that you need to expand. So this is looking like they might want to try expanding the downside here if they don't hold. They're on a pretty tight line here around 8384. And I'd say that your midpoint, which is probably 02, 03, will help us determine that. Because they can still hold 83 and then 8384 and then try to negate. Well, technically speaking, if you're looking for an entry, these would be the points. I know it looks super risky, but if they're going to expand us today, then they would have to hold this area here. Does that make sense? Like, you don't really want to have this extend on a 3-bar down with the 4th bar expansion stick. And this would be a 12, 13 point break. Usually if you break 12, 13 points, then you normally can get a 17 to 22 point range break. You get a 22 point range break, then that's what could trigger the bigger risks of like the 33 point ranges right here, right? Like down here. And I feel like them taking it all the way back to the 70s would really limit our odds of getting 6502, 6510. Especially since stalling this area here is also stalling an 88 point break off open. Okay? That can put us back at risk of going all the way back to this area here. It's a pretty big spot to fail. So I feel like them trying to negate, especially during this time period, is crucial. These two sticks right here. So I would say that they need at least back over the 66 point breaks from last week. Let's see what this looks like now. Do you see that? That's an exhaustion stick. That's the 4th bar exhaustion stick occurring here off that 5 minute. I was watching this to see if they, usually 4th bars expand or exhaust, especially off major range. And if they do that, then they would immediately negate this. To negate, you'd have to probably break 649250 no later than 1206 for that to be the case, meaning you'd have to have some sort of relative strength in the next 2 minutes or so. So yeah, there's definitely still trades on, but they're a little bit riskier. So you just have to be okay with that risk, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Because I don't think failing here would net us here. Does that make sense? Because you'd also be failing an 88 point break, and you'd be breaking beneath a 12 point range. Usually 13-point breaks expand you, okay, in either direction. So if you had a 13-point break on upside, 13-point break on downside, whatever. You see how they brought it back to the zone during this period here too? Above 8889. These were the calculated areas from last week, guys. Remember? 8875, 8950. I'm not sure if you guys remember this. These were off of weekly opening range, I'm pretty sure. Like 99% sure. I think. If I'm not mistaken, these were the 66-point breaks. Yeah, they were off last week's open. Do you see this? So if they're trying to retrace last week's opening calculated range at a very calculated point in the day, what could this imply? And these were the points here, okay? So if they're trying to retract back over these points here, off last week's open and close, what could this be implying? This is the bigger wall that they'd have to break. What could this imply here? $68 usually gets you the breaks that you need. That's kind of where they're stalling. I had 06 as the cutoff period here. What could this imply? Very important time here, I think, especially with these being calculated around last week's opening range. It's mostly to see if they continue some of these trends here. I feel like they retraced enough that they could try keeping this in line and maybe just delay this by a few minutes, but it would have been more ideal to try clearing here off the 06 period or 05 period. It looks like they might set this up for a mirroring pattern, but they'd really have to hold the line this time. Do you notice the 1206 expansion down after stalling this 66-point break right here? So best PA in the next 5 minutes is to keep this sideways. I'd say above 8.6. And ideally break over 90.591. Let's do a poll since we haven't done one yet today. Okay, max range for real-time session. How many think that the highs are in at 88-point stall? Well, 88/132. How many think we'll get the 6502 to 6503 75 retest? How many think that they could actually break this back up to 6508 and trigger 6510? How many think they'll keep this maybe stuck within a neutral range, which is like 12, 14, 15, 16? And then my max ranges were closer to the 22 area, but that's only relative to what they do during this period. I'm going to keep that up for 5 minutes just so that we can get enough votes in here. It's my sister's birthday today. Yeah, I saw that. Well, I also saw the negation for, remember we talked about crypto yesterday and said if this thing is going to try holding the line, it has to break off this range here. And ideally tomorrow to get back in this yellow box range. That's pretty crazy that they actually did it, because this hold right here can equate to a 6K move. Did it move 6K? Almost. That's pretty insane. You have to admit that that's actually kind of crazy. So really big breaks on, and that's a negation of this nasty 3-bar down that we looked at. If they break off opening range, it could get it back to basically this range in here, which I think would get it back to like this candle's close, this area here. Do you see it? If they can break off the opening range, that would give it that big odd of negation. Look at where they open too. This is the bullish range right here. That can equate to those 6K moves. This area here. That's pretty insane because they opened it there too. This is more of the nesting box. 119 to 120 is ideally where you'd want it, but it could nest here for a bit. ES still staying sideways, which is exactly what we wanted to see. Ideally hold above 8.6. They are holding 8.6 so far. How important do you think it is, though, that they try to retract and retrace by 12.12, 12.15? So we can have it sideways, so it can give us that mirroring pattern. Mirroring pattern would be the inverse of this, which would be like a 3-bar flag like this. But how important is it that they now try to come back and retrace? I'd say very. They probably could afford to stay sideways for another like 2 to 3 minutes, but you don't want it sideways for too long. Okay, because then that would give us some bad odds of getting a star-like pattern. So we'll really have to watch 12, 13, 14 then, if they decide to extend through 12, 18. Do you guys notice the sideways price action though? On that hold above 8.6, but the failure beneath 90. I'm gonna have to clean up this chart a bit. Okay. Let me make this green. It is good that we start seeing progressive PA around these points in the day. Otherwise, the risk can stay pretty high. I need to make coffee. I never had a good cup of coffee today. I don't know why. My machine brewed an espresso shot instead of an actual cup of coffee, and I don't remember pressing that function. So it was like a very small amount, and it wasn't an espresso pod, so it tasted very watered down. $8.6 breach here at 12.12. That could be concerning. I did say we have to watch this 12.13, 12.14 duration here, because this is like the midpoint. This is more if they wanted to delay this structure here. But you should feel like we're kind of playing with fire in these ranges, because we are. Because also if they do decide to break a 12, 13 point range break here, it would trigger our 9.7 spot. Do you see that? So them failing 8.3, 7.5, 8.4 is pretty huge. Like this is a very, very crucial spot for markets this afternoon. Especially during these frames here. Can someone document the 12-13 stick, since that's triggering that 13-point break off highs? And this is kind of the final midpoints here ahead of this 12-15 period. That's exactly 13 points. I would expect range off the 12.15 through 12.18 sticks, just because these are times of day that they could essentially break range. So 63.84, 63.83.75 failure here. We'll see if they have enough strength to try to retract it immediately and negate. Can you guys vote on that, please? Because this is a pretty important time of day and really, really crucial range to see if they try to hold or if they immediately negate this. Could also be setting up on wider range frames, like you can kind of see it on the 10, 12. Let me just... Which obviously could set up much bigger setups here. And they could easily enter. You can kind of see how this is forming around these ranges too. In this area here, really important midpoints to hold. And I would bet that these are the 13-point failures here and the 17-point breaks in here. 22 is what we said would put us at a huge risk, so obviously failing these structures would really trigger those bigger downside moves. Too many of you guys voted hold. Damn it. kind of just wanted to see the difference in structure here, just because I figured if they try holding some of these lower midpoints, especially ahead of some of these wider ranges that we have, because this could obviously continue us into some major downside. Let's say they hold 7.7, 7.8. I think 7.9 and 7.9, 7.5 were also some of our annual ranges, right? Like these are basically forming around our annual spots around here. And let's say they retract at least back over 8.4, 8.8, 8.9, then they could really negate some of these nasty structures from playing out. But there's a ton of importance, I think, off that 18 stick, because 18 is that turnaround period for that 6 minute. And then that 16 runs through till 24. So there would be a lot of pressure for them to try to negate in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Otherwise, this could set up for some continuation here. I feel like they need at least back over this supply range, which is like 8.6, 8.5. Ideally, you'd want to get back over 8.8 though. What did you guys vote? You guys voted yes? For that to actually be the case, I would say that your 2.1, 2.2 sticks probably need at least back over this 8.4. And then you'd need some range breaks at least back to 8.7, 8.8 during that period for that to fully negate. Otherwise, that risk stays on, and that risk is pretty high all the way through till 12.30, 12.40. So let's see if you guys are right. This is the 2.1 stick, right? It's a little bit shy, but that's fine. I think 2.2 could still have some odds. I don't think 8.350 is high enough. I think that's actually that's the exact 13-point range. Probably need at least back over here, like this 8.425, especially off this 22 stick, because you basically want your 2.3 to be the stick that retraces back so that it can negate this bear flag from forming. Does that make sense? Because you want to try negating this, because this is now a valid structure since it did take out the lows. The only reason why they could negate is because they held this structure range here. So getting back at least to like mid supply, which is between 8.7 and 90. Ideally by that 2.4 mark would really limit the risk. So you need some good structure breaks here at 2.2. I think that's pretty good. 8.4 broken here. I would have preferred that they broke 8.4 at 2.1, so they could have given an odd of 8.6 at 2.2, but that's still fine. We said we needed at least back close to this area here, right? 8.7, ideally 8.8. Not really sure if it can get back to 8.8 before 12.24, so that could still keep that risk on, but limit it a little bit. If they can't bring this back and negate this pattern, what do they have to do immediately at 12.24? What would you need to happen for that to really try mitigating some of this risk? I just want to see some of these other structures on here. Okay, like some of these are setting up nicely too for 12.24. What would you have to do immediately after? Especially since we have some other formations happening here. What would you have to do immediately after? And these kind of formed around these points and highs, 11.32, 33, 34. Do you see this? Yeah, you'd need continued strength, otherwise that risk stays on pretty high. There was another odd at 12.25, but like I said, I feel like if they don't take this back within this period here, that risk is going to stay pretty high. So I'm not really surprised to see this kind of PA though. Do you see the range on this stick at 24? And this is mainly due to that stick there being a little bit too low. But that 3-point break would have brought us back to that 8-8 had they broke that just a tiny bit higher. And there's multi-flips here. That relative weakness at 2-4 definitely implied that they'd see immediate weakness to follow at 2-5. This is a pretty long duration though. Hopefully they don't keep it stuck like that for too long. This would make sense that they would likely bring it back. These are our annual ranges for the year. Also, if the market's not ready to break 9.7, is it better that they stall it? Like if they're going to break 9.7 but not give us a better structural break, let's say of 65.03 the first attempt, 65.10, are we better off stalling this area here? Like the 9.675? Yes, because you don't really want to fail that spot, especially on the second attempt. That's funny. His speech is delayed because we just got delayed. Imagine it's delayed till here. That would be kind of funny. Where did that template go that we made? I don't remember where. Oh. So that's kind of interesting though, because this would be an area that's considered like playing with. So what would that give us range for NQ? Probably close to like 23,672 then would be like the overhead. That would be the equivalent of like 65.02, 03 on ES for anyone trading NQ. And then this is probably the expansion break, closer to 23,764. That's interesting. And they probably have to hold a line around 23,488. This was a nice range break though. I don't quite remember the areas that we calculated on this last time because we said we're going to back test this. Just needs some tweaking though. No, because it's not, I can share this, but not the template because I haven't fixed this completely yet. So it's not, I don't know how accurate it is. Like I want it to be perfect. I don't want to just share something that's not. Okay, I got like, I think the range we said was around 600-ish points, I think is what we decided. Like for the zone, but I want to make sure that this is accurate, like each, like I don't know if this is, oh maybe a little bit less, like 400 or so points. And then I think we figured that the full range was just under like 1,000. I don't think it's exactly 1,000. I feel like it's 960 something. So that's why I'm wondering if it's off by a little bit. But this seemed like a pretty good core hold and a core break. So I don't know. I could send this though. Because my thoughts are this would make sense because that area would be the same thing as ES is zone 2, right? Because like on ES, this area here would be this area here. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the 6502. That would make sense because that would be the same sort of confluence around this area here. Well, they're trying their best to try negating this during this delayed period here. Earliest odds for turnaround was close to 1239, 1242 on these retests. I'm just going to make coffee, guys. Do you mind if I keep myself muted for like 5 minutes? So I figured they're probably delaying this period. They're still holding off 7776. This is the 17-point break, which is pretty bad, but like I said, as long as they can try holding over like a 22-point ratio, I think we're still okay. But it would be very, very important that they try retracing this as soon as possible. Breaking beneath 7574 is what's going to put us at a really big risk. Okay, so we need to get back above this area here, ideally. And I think the earliest point in time that we have to do that is, this is the 13-point break, is probably close to this 1239, 1240 period. There's a lot of odds around 1248, which we'll watch for. Does this help you guys a little bit? And this was off the 1206 stall, okay, and continuation down through that 1224 period. This is when they stalled. So they did bring it back to the 88 spot here ahead of 1205, 1206, which was good. So this is why you still have odds, because this was the 66-point retracement here back in the zone. So this was helpful. Okay. This was good. This flip obviously was bad when they stalled. This was good because they still brought it back over that 8-4, which is that 13-point break. Does that make sense? So that's good. This was bad because they failed that 17-point break right here at 1215. These were the flips. I'm just going to put them back on here. But they held at 1218. You can see that 1218 turnaround through 1223.24. This was kind of the stalled period. Usually it would be around 1230, 12. This is also the midpoint of the session. 1238, 1240 in general are usually midpoints. This is also the flip, I think, on that 16-minute, if someone wants to double check. I think that 16-minute flips at 12:40. Yeah, it does. And this is what you'd obviously want to see negate, because so far this is still a valid bear flag. This took out the low and could continue all the way through till 12:56. Okay, so retracing during this period is probably important because third bar negations really help limit risk, okay? You don't want a fourth bar continuation because that's what would expand us. And this is the approximate period here through here and 12:46. I noticed multi-structures at 12:48, so we'll just kind of watch this period here. And it's funny because they're basically, so remember how I said that this 9-1, 9-2 spot was the area that would have been ideal to retrace? They're basically keeping risk on in the exact intervals on each side. Do you see this? By 2 points or so. It's like probably close to like 2 to 3 points or so. And same thing with the downside, because if they come back closer to the 7-4, 7-5 area, right? Like if they come back and breach beneath this, that's where there's going to be pretty heavy risk. And we did say that the 88-point range from open is exactly 649,575, which they have yet to close above. So they really need to close above that. And our actual overhead is 649,675, 6,497. So it makes sense that they would stall here and then bring it back to this range in here. Okay, I'm going to mute myself for just 5 minutes or so. Sorry, guys. All right, that makes sense that they would delay this till 1, especially if we have better odds around like here, just before 1. How important is mid-session usually? Especially this period here. Super important, right? So they're kind of just stalling this 12, 13 point range here. They did close above just ahead at 3.6 and then stalled here at 3.940. So that still doesn't like keep it at like a very high risk, but there's still some risk here. This is hitting that third period. Usually if you want to avoid risk, you want to negate during that third period. You don't want this period to extend because that'll kind of put us at risk through that 112, 110. Let me just reset this. These are the midpoints of the session. Yeah, sorry, I was making coffee and my machine is so loud. So I mean, getting back over 8.5 is not bad, but this is still pretty, we're still definitely at risk here. Like these are, they're not bad spots because they're still above 7.4, 7.5, but they're not ideal because they're still beneath this 8.6, 8.8. They're basically holding like a few points below, a few points above. Oh, also something else I noticed too is, you know, the range differential we had between this little hold right here, like the 6.5 points and that 7.5, it's also the same equivalent as like us hitting that 0.2. Isn't that crazy? So here, look, because this was, what did we hit today? 0.29625. Isn't that wild? So that could also be why they've reduced range a little bit here. Isn't that nuts? I wanted to tell you guys earlier and then I forgot. Because this would have been a more ideal hold. Because this hold down here at like 76.9, that was the 66 to 68 point hold right here. Okay? From open, close, highs, lows. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out because I figured that could also be another reason why they might stall that spot. And then that overall differential was 7.5, which is what could give us that break to 0.375. I just thought that was a very cool observation that I wanted to point out. And just in case you guys forgot, this was a 34 point break back in here. Okay. These would also be 43, 44 point breaks back in here. So just so you guys can see just how heavy this 0.2, 0.3 overhead is. Why else are these areas quite heavy for range? Do you guys remember? When were our very important mid-structural flips that would really give us an idea if they wanted to keep this in play through the 12th and 13th and could extend us through the 22nd and 26th? I'm giving you guys the answers on my screen, but I'm just going to pretend that I'm not so that you guys can get them right. When were the really important structural dates that would keep us in play through August 12th and 13th? And why was 65.03 important in the first place? Because I know it's good to see it from like the micro time frames right now and why it's relevant to today's date with it being 132 points, but why was that area an overhead in the first place? What were our prior calculated dates? Answers right on the screen for you guys, 6th and 7th. Okay, those were super important dates, especially for the 12, 13 to come back to the zone areas, try getting our annual ranges, which is the 64, 70s, and 80s. And if you forgot, these were also the 132-point breaks from those days. Remember? Look. That's from the 6th closing price. From the 7th closing price. Or opening price, sorry. From the closing prices where we stalled. And that's where we really, really wanted to see that nice big break of this area here. Even if they gave us that 129 break, which it seems like the market's moving in 129 to 129.5 point intervals here. But do you see that? Okay, that's why this area is extremely calculated. You can also look at these as the 107-point ranges. Or 115. What's 115 points? Especially if they break this 10 spot. What's 115 points, guys? Yes. So really big areas to be trading around. So no real retracements here, just like slightly, but then stalling. 4-8 stalled again here too. There was some odds at 5-5, 5-6 that we're gonna watch for. I still think that we're at some risk here. Risk starts to get a lot heavier, I think, past 1. Especially since we're also approaching mid-session. We're approaching pretty important points in the day here. Especially in terms of price points around that 6474 to 6475 range at 12, well not 1255 I guess. Yeah, 1255 to 1256. This is what could set up for a wider structural break if they can't hold the line here. Currently holding off like 19 points from highs. From opening range, I think it's pretty important that they at least try sustaining that 66 point break, which is closer to the 7.4 area too. Do you see that? Especially off like range lows from session. So like this area here has a ton of confluence where they're currently trading, hence this range here being super important that they try holding, especially ahead of 1 p.m. I should have done a poll here for the 1255-56 hold, because this is a very big spot to give up from highs and off lows and off opening range. I'll set that for 2 minutes here, because if they hold here, then they have a decent chance of retracting back over 88, 91, 92, and then trying to reattempt that 96 area this afternoon. Otherwise, we're going to be essentially at risk of, I would say, failing the 7.4 to 7.5 area could also take us right back to the means. I'm not sure if we'd get the full means area, but it definitely can put us at risk of getting like even top of the channel here. Would basically put us at risk of going back to this range in here, which I feel like would be best to avoid, especially on a Friday if we're trying to pin the close for the 22nd, because the 22nd is linked to month end. 5-6 testing the 7.4, 7.5 range. This was a very calculated time of day to see if they would break range here. How quickly do they have to act if they want to negate this mass risk from happening here? Because this could take us right back to like 12 to 6448, 6452, 6458. Could basically put those wider sticks in play from the morning and essentially take us back to the means. Pretty good short trade, I would say, off that stall at 6489. Even off our mass overheads at 6496. What do you guys think? Not many votes here. Could they try turning this around off these ranges here? You think? I don't think it's a coincidence that they would bring it to like the exact 66 point metric ahead of Trump. That's pretty funny. Oh, definitely a big area to lose here, and very, very important time of day at 5-6. I think failing this range ahead of 1 kind of sets the tone, and sustaining here can set the tone. This would also be that 22 point break off highs. Okay. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look too bad either. This is pretty calculated that they could have brought it back to this 22 point range, because we're working in 44 point intervals today, like we said, right? So especially off open, this is basically, I would say failing closer to 7-1 would be very bad, but this is basically still holding half this range here. Do you see what I mean? And the only reason why it might be okay that they broke it down by 0.5 is because they broke up by 0.5. Does that make sense to you guys? In terms of this. But where they retrace back ahead of 1 is very, very important. Because if they want to hold the line, I do think that they'd have to do this at 12.59. It is 12.59, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But what kind of strength would we have to have at 1 o'clock and shortly to follow? So I said like around 1:01. We do have a flip at 12 or 1:12. What do you guys think? Because they're basically working in these types of intervals here today. We already know that they're working in 44.88, so pretty good chances that this is basically like them holding 25% of the range, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? If they were to hold right around here. So, M-Dog, do you see why I was saying it doesn't really look bad though? This looks pretty calculated. It's just they're likely doing this and delaying because they need to limit range a little bit, especially if maybe they only want 65.03, 04, 65.10 today. And if they're going to do that, then they have to be very strategic about how many points they still retrace. So I would say that the 6474 hold is pretty solid. I think that was a very, very, very good downside target that I gave. 6474 so far holding. We'll see if they can retract back. What do we need to retrace back over? Because there still is some risk around that 7169 area. Holding 74 is definitely more ideal. What do you guys think? So this was the downside period. This was the retracement period here. And then it's very important that we see some relative strength to follow. Where do we have to see relative strength to? Especially the first few minutes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No. I would say minimum 84, 85, like this area here. Because we're trying to reset that 83, 75, 84 reset. That's that 13-point break. That's the first spot. Yeah, 7.4 was the short target. We didn't really want it going too much lower than that because that's especially between that 12.56 to 1 o'clock period. So this is the 13-point retracement here. Off highs. Do you see that? And right at 101. Is this setting us up for a good odd of getting that 22-point break back? This is where there's going to be a ton of overhead here. Anyone try a long off the 7.4 hold? These are also very calculated spots, guys. Don't forget, these are the 66-point ranges from last week's open. That's your fourth reminder today. So them retracing these areas is still a very, very big spot. Because if they can get back over 9.1, 9.2, this area here, it's not only a 17-point break off these highs and lows, it's also right back to where we need to be to get the retest of 9.7, 9.6. If they give us, let's say 32-point break from here, or 33-point break off this low range, I think that's aligned to our 65.0575. Okay, that's a huge overhead, don't forget, which is also linked back to our, this is also linked back to our, excuse me, this is also linked back to our August 7th closing price, I believe, or high price. Yes, closing price, this area here. So, in other words, if they were to give us this kind of a break right here, a 32-point break is also the equivalent of us 132-point break off that August 7th close, which helped us reset odds for the 12th and 13th and extend us through the 22nd and 26th. This is obviously only if we can break this wall here, though. What time did I say that window was? Here? Well, it's a good thing that there was liquidity that came in here, though, too, especially off the 7476 spot. And I did say 7475 was the big area to hold. That's the 22-point break. I mentioned that earlier this afternoon. Right here. So you guys were prepared for this. This was the big spot. This is the area that we need to break. This is where we have to get back and retrace, ideally back over 9192. And that'll set us up pretty nicely. It was also good that we didn't trigger beneath those areas before 5-6. Does that make sense? Like, it was a good thing that they did it after. Why? For anyone that's new here. Why would that be a good thing that they broke down this area after? So they didn't trigger that spot at 5-6. They did break 7-6, 7-7, but they did not trigger beneath 7-4. Why was this important? We're gonna watch 108 because usually when there's auctions, these are general time flips that algos trigger, so we can just watch around that point here too, especially ahead of the flip. So 708. The window I had for getting back to this area here was closer to 110 and 112. So I would say that if they did bring this back to the 6483, right around that 103, 104 window, which is good. This is where you guys' conditions were wrong. Okay, do you see how we didn't really have to be back over 88 during this period? Would you want to be back over 87, 88 though by, let's say, 108, 109? You have to know what your conditions are in relevance to time. What do you have to do by, let's say, 1:11 to 1:12 p.m.? Which, by the way, this point in time here is linked to this here, this stall right here. What do you have to do at this point in time? No. No. What did we fail to do here? Breaking 88's not going to really do anything for us. Some reduction here at 108. What do you mean? What did they fail to do at 1206? Yeah, I think bringing it back to 8688 is not bad. That could put us at an odd or maybe delay us a little bit, but best case scenario would be to kind of reset those conditions back over that 90.591 because we stalled 90 back then. So it does put a lot of pressure during this window here. We'll see if market has enough strength. I don't know. There is the volatility present. We'll see if there's some extensions here. What do you guys think? Who here thinks that they have an odd of breaking this range? Who here thinks that that's a little too far? It would have been definitely more ideal if they broke this 8788 during this 108 period, that there was a reduction there, if you guys see it off that. So I'd imagine that's probably what they're going to reduce this by. But this looks a little delayed to me. No, maybe they don't. Maybe, do you see how they're triggering this final seconds? Wow, you guys, I'm a genius sometimes. That's actually insane that they actually triggered that at 111. That's wild. That kind of a move, like a 5-6 point break. We'll see if they have enough strength to bring it back over 8875. They did that within like the first 5 seconds too. I don't know if you guys saw that. That's pretty wild. Look at that. They're trying to account for what they couldn't do at 108. 112 had the highest odds, so I mean, if they can't break at 112, then that could make for some tougher price action this afternoon. So we'll see. But if they can trigger that kind of a move in the first 5 seconds, then they might be able to do something here at 112. This is kind of volatile though, because that still is beneath this 8586. Where did they stall? 8850. So they tagged it and then reversed it right back. But they did reattempt these bars here though at that time. This was the most calculated area to try retesting these failed ranges basically here. So still no really big break of that. Like this 1202 stick tried. I feel like they have to close over 87 for this to break based on this 1206 stick. But there was liquidity on that 11 stick, so I mean that's still good. See if they can close over this 87 spot here. I think that's what it needs to get that kind of trigger break. There were some extensions through 116 and 115, but at least we picked up liquidity at 111 and 112. I just really don't want to stall though at this point in time. This is too much of a important period to be stalling, especially these price points here and off these types of holds here. How many points in range is that so far off this low? So that's okay, so they did hit 13 points exactly on that stick, but there's no closing points yet. So I would say that volatility could still be intact. We're going to watch the 15-16 period. I didn't have time to do a poll, so just write Y or N. I want to send it out before 1:15, 1:16, but I never had a chance. I'm managing 3 accounts today, so it's a little bit hard. And of course I decide to stream at like the hardest point in the day, but I figured I had to because this is going to be the toughest point to see if they bring us back around. So all we really have to do is, I think, oh, this is a good enough close, you guys. Didn't I say all they have to do is try closing over this 878725 spot here? I think that's the 13-point break off these, this right here. So this 15 stick could definitely try retesting 8.8 and set us up pretty decent, I think, for the 16 mark. Let's see. I already know that they reduced range though by 2.25 points based on what they did back here, so yeah, it is back at the 106, the 1206. Do you see this? This is such a nice structure. Look at this. Do you see the 12, 15, 16 clearance on this 8725 close? Because these are the sticks that we really want to try getting back over. So I think even just getting into this range during this period and triggering these spots at this period here can really keep us set up nicely, because there are extensions this afternoon. This was just the most ideal time to try picking up liquidity and clearing. I'd say though, because they picked up liquidity at 111, 112, that's still really good for our odds this afternoon. We definitely have to start seeing some better structure breaks though. There were some more odds close to like 118, 121, 124. I think just getting back in this realm here though is going to help us a little bit. When does the 16 flip? 128. That could be a little bit extended, but I'd say based on this kind of frame though, you'd probably want to make sure you don't form like a star-like formation. So you'd want to take out quite a bit of range before 130 if that's the case, because you don't want this forming something that looks like this. Does that make sense? And getting a nasty reversal back down. So to do that, usually you have to have a pretty high retracement. So if they're able to retract enough range during this period here, especially off this bar, we have odds to retest highs by 128, 130. When's the midpoint here? Hey guys, when are the midpoints here? Because this is probably the point in time that we'd have to clear. The 8-minute mark, right? Here. 119. 120. These are the midpoints for this duration on clearing highs, so that's probably when we'd have to really start getting some better structure breaks, I would think. Since they extended this by 2 minutes at the 114 break, we can probably watch a minute or two post. So these next 3 minutes are very crucial to see if we'll get a high of day retest by 128 to 1:30 p.m. Okay, mid structures for time intervals around our 6489, 64, 91 area has to be now 119, 120, 121. Can someone record the 119 stick? 119 retesting 648950. This is the 50% time interval here. Off our failed breaks at 1206, 1205 this afternoon. It's very, very, very important that we retest the ranges at this point in the day just to kind of keep our odds in play. And they cleared right back up here at 12.15.14. They are testing 648.950 tested here at 119. These were the failed structure breaks that we had at a very crucial point in time. The range that they reduced us down during this duration in time is likely the same range that they'll expand us up. Can someone document the 120 stick, please, in the Discord? This was a 16-point range break, so it makes total sense because how many points do you normally have to break to get bigger extensions and expansions? 17 points, right? So we need that 90.7591 break. And this would be the most ideal point in time to do it. These are also the 66-point breaks from last week's open. Does that make sense? What's half of 6, 6, 6, 8? 16, 17 points, right? What could 16, 17 point breaks give us here? A retest of highs, like all-time highs. Make sense? If we measure off our calculated time, which was the 56 stick, this should be in line with the all-time high. If it's not, I know nothing. This 1256 was calculated time for price. It is. That's crazy. You guys, do you know how genius this is? That's crazy that 56 has such a high confluence for time to help predict price. That's crazy. And 9-1 was the failure, and these are the points in time that could bring us back there. 128's the cutoff, so if they can't break this range during this point in the day, like during this period here, technically you still have till 28, but I wanted them to at least try retesting close to 90, 90.75. So where do they end up stalling? 89.75, which is... It's still above the 1206 opening price though, so that's good. How important is the follow-through stick right here, you think? Come on, you guys. What did we say we have potentially? Hurry. What did they do back here? They were 2 minutes delayed. What could they do right here? 2 minutes delayed. 123 triggering that 6491, 6492. That's that 2 minute delay. This is very similar price action to that 114 stick. 112 was a little bit more ideal. Seems like they want to do things a little bit later, which is why I also included this 2 minute extension here from 128 through 130. And this little extension here from 121 till 123. Really nice stick breaks here. Is this setting us up to still potentially retest the high of day by 1:28, 1:30 p.m.? How many people here think that they could give us a retest of highs? I also didn't get... I excluded 65.20 off the poll this time, but I'm interested to see what you guys think. This is the midpoint of our session, and we're testing extremely important spots here at very, very, very important times of day. They also held an exact 22-point interval from a calculated point, which can help keep odds in play of getting that extended break. "22-point holds can give us what? And I'm not saying that they're going to do this necessarily today, but this could give us an odd of doing what? A 44-point extension. So there definitely could be some odds. Maybe they made it closer to like the 16, 17 mark if they do decide that they want to break today. So 20s could be off the table, but I think that they could still try giving us our 65.02 retest at the very least. If we don't get a 65.02 retest today, I would be pretty surprised. But obviously a lot of it's going to depend on what they do during this point in time. Okay. Let's see. This was the earliest odd that I had here for, damn it, I can't do a second poll. I should have done this poll first for the potential retest, because technically speaking, they did stall a little bit here. This would have been more ideal if they broke right here, but because of the slight delay right here, they could afford it right here. And which is why they could afford a slight delay right here. We're going to watch 132.36 anyway, just because those are generic times of day that are very important for market structure. But today's odds are closer to 128 and 130. You guys, like, come on. Barely anyone voted. 4 votes? Like, seriously? Extensions could be 1:32 to 1:36 p.m. I'm only going to set this to a minute because... Nice. Good job, Snack. 7476 holds were money. But now we need the market to act accordingly. Can you guys all vote on this, please? This is a very important point in the day. This is what's going to give us an idea if we're going to actually get a break of all-time highs today, or if they're going to save this till next week. NQ also broke that exact spot. You know what? This NQ template actually is pretty good. Because look, it hit that 23,603. That's what I had set that alert to. I don't know who was asking about that earlier. I think Vinci. This spot right here, that's a good break. So NQ, we target probably this area right here, we said. 623,672 or so. So I figured 2.8 probably doesn't have the highest odds, but there could be some extensions on those 2-minute delays. Do we really even have to retest the high of day to get a break? Don't get this wrong. Do we really have to retest the high of day to get a break or an odd? What's the only condition that's actually required? So it seemed like they had better odds on a delay. What's the condition that's required here? And I'm kind of giving you guys the answer, but... No? So you guys don't think that they'll break or retest here between 128 and 130? I figure that if they do, they'll probably do it during this extension period here, but we'll have to see. If we do want to expand on this session today, is this really a time of day that we want to stall highs? And delay till like 1:48, 2 o'clock? Because they obviously could do that, but would that really be ideal if we wanted to expand on the session today? What do you guys think? Also, what's the point in price that we have to hit here? We don't necessarily have to trigger highs. What price point do we have to trigger? And once you get a closing point above there, you'll get more progressive price action. Don't get this wrong. It was kind of like this 17-point trigger right here. As soon as you closed above this, or the 13 point, sorry, look at how nice that price action was. It was just nice continuation, no stalls. No, not 9.7. Don't get this wrong, you guys. Come on. For real time today, what price do we have to close above to get that nice break? We weren't able to do it. I even highlighted it in green so you guys don't get it wrong. Yet you guys still somehow got it wrong. What price do we need to close above to get that breaking point here? We haven't closed above there yet today. We stalled just below. $9,575. If they end up stalling during this period here, there's going to be some delays. And I think that's when they can really start to limit our max range for the session today. Hi. Oh, it's nice seeing you in here. I haven't seen you in here in a bit. No problem. That's the 88-point break from open. They haven't closed above there yet. They stalled 9,550, 9,525, 9,595. Okay, so delays during this period here can definitely put us at an extended period in time. Remember, we don't necessarily have to break the highs. It's more of like just getting some better structural closing points. This is the 3-2 stick, right? So I figured that they would not break during this period. The odds weren't really that high, especially when they delayed back in here and back in here. Breaking during this time would have been a little bit more ideal than the 2-3 sticks. Do you see the range on the 3-2 stick here, though? Why is this stick important? Because this helps us measure if they were actually going to break that 9-5 spot. It doesn't look like they were. Okay, that 9,575. Is that a good thing if they stalled here at this point in time? If they weren't going to break it anyway? Remember, your range down or range reduction, whatever you want to call it, also gives you your implied range. That could have occurred at that point in time if... So I would say the fact that they would have stalled 9,525, 9,550 is probably better that they delayed this. Does that make sense? Yes, Izzy, it makes perfect sense. Great. Okay, I'm just going to start talking to myself from now on. I feel like there's a pretty decent odd that they'll do it during this point here, but if I'm wrong, then just pretend that no one heard that. I wanted to at least try testing 9.5, 9.550 during this period. If they want to extend it, it's not the end of the world. So this is still a really nice structure because it has that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7th bar on this 16-minute is at 1:44 through 2 o'clock. This was the 1:28 period here. Usually I'd want to leave that 4th bar for expansions rather than delaying it till 1:44. So let's see, I'm going to give you guys a quiz here. Based on the fact that we stalled at 1:28 and we have odds, now we're stuck in an inside range, we have odds until 2 p.m., which would be the 4th bar cycle here between 1:44 and 2. Is it best that they keep this inside range, or is it better that they break ahead of 1:44? If they break ahead of 1:44, what would be the best point in time to do so? This is your guys' first time quiz. What would be the best point in time here to do so? So far they're doing a good job of at least holding these structural spots here off this failed period back here at 6489. What would be the best time, guys, to do so in terms of these retests here? This is your window. When's your best point in time to at least keep odds in play? We need strength now. 136 is the first interval. And 138. Okay? No, 145 is way too late. How would it be 145 if you need strength ahead of 144, you guys? You want your midpoints in time. Okay? 136. You need strength here. I'd say 138, 139. This is aligned with that 2-minute delay. Make sense? That'll help keep that odd in play for 144 and give you a decent odd of this breaking out of an inside range. At a minimum, you probably want to take out this 9375 high. So 38, 39 have relatively decent odds of being the first test of 95. How many think that they'll break it here? I have a feeling that it's pretty decent odd that they'll at least test this 9375 here off the 3/8 stick. .39 I'm pretty sure is the calculated time from 130. And 148. Do you see how nice these structural holds are though off these points here? They did a really good job holding that 1206 stick. We could also maybe measure even though 1256 was measured, we could probably measure even these and maybe just look to see. So I haven't done this yet, but it might not be a bad idea. Like just to see what points in time these are. Probably close to like just before 2, like 150. $155. Bit of a stall at 3.9. These stalls right here could definitely keep us a bit delayed. So it's not about breaking range, Stools. It's not about if we're going to break range. I still think regardless if they break this like ahead of 2 o'clock or even just after 2, we could still break range. It's more about expansion on range. Does that make sense? Like the longer they delay this period here, the lower our odds become of getting like an expansion on the session today. What are areas that would be considered an expansion? What's an expansion on today's session? What do you guys think is an expansion for today's session? What's an expansion here today? Try not to get this wrong. What would be considered an expansion for today's session? Anything above what? So they currently broke 132 points from lows on the week, right? Not from our ideal areas though. What would be considered an expansion? Anything above what? Don't get this wrong. Like try your best to not get this wrong. What would be considered an expansion today? No. Anything above where is technically going to be an expansion today? There's a ton of confluence around this spot. We talked about it a lot all afternoon. 9-7 is all you need to break LI to get like a 65-10 retest. But for today's session to be considered an expansion, what would be the area that you'd have to break? Yeah, around the 02, 03 spot. If you break 65, 02, 03, what kind of ranges could that give us today? This would be our expansion scenario. And all of this is on the weekly report. Every single bit of this. A very important time here off 4-4. How much time is left in this stick? Just closed. 9-3. So let's see if the 4-4 can at least give us a retest of this 9-3, 50, 9-6 area. It seemed like they delayed odds through 148, 150. There were some calculated periods, it seemed, when measuring off these lows on 52 to 57 minute intervals, which was 150 and 155. 144 is still super important to see if they'll give us this range break here. 639325 being tested at exactly 1:44 p.m. This can help keep those odds in play for some breaks of highs ahead of 2 for 148, 150. What's the spot that we need to get a nice closing stick break above? That'll give us a very good odd of breaking highs. Is it best that they break during this window here, the 4th bar on the 16-minute? The 7th bar in the cycle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Okay, so we want to break highs ahead of 2 o'clock, correct? When's the midpoint between 1:44 and 2 p.m.? $152. Okay, we'll keep a very close eye here. When I was measuring the actual intervals from our calculated time back here, it was around 52 minutes. So I figured there could be some odds that they might give us some range breaks here off that 52-minute interval. It's around 149, 150. Okay? When measured off the actual calculated time, which was 56, it's about a 50-minute interval. So 50-minute interval would be like right here, which I didn't really think that they would do that, but off the actual lows, it would be closer to 1:48 p.m., which is why 1:48 is a calculated time. Does that make sense? So these were my best odds of a high of day break, was between 1:48 and 1:50, 1:52. 58 has probably the best odds, but we'll see. 58 and sorry, not 58. 47 and 48, because these would be the 50-minute intervals here. Do you see it? Off the low of day sticks. Right here. How many think that they'll break highs here off 48? Very, very, very important time of day, because if we break here, this is when we can expand. Let's vote on that quickly. There was delayed odds were closer to 150.52. If they decide to stall here a little bit. That's also the midpoint. So even this 4-7 range reduction stick, how much range is there in this stick? 2.25 points. So we already can tell that this range is a bit volatile. That would have given us a net break of 9.725. So this to me looks like they're delaying, which seems to be the theme today. Still stalling 9.5. Okay. Well, I thought the odds were best around this point here just because of the delays that we had. And off this being the actual break off the low of day right here, but we'll have to see. I really would want us to break ahead of 2 o'clock though, because if we fail to break ahead of 2, then that means that we could start exhausting off that 7-bar period. Okay? And you can see these range reduction on these sticks are netting 9.798. So that's pretty interesting that the range that they're giving off the 4.7 sticks and 4.8 sticks would have net to get this structure or range break that we need on the session today. 9.7 is a huge, huge spot to break. This is a very calculated area for the market too, like right around here. And this would also be a stall of high of day, so it's not just an important calculated spot, it's also very important for real time today too. You can kind of see the slight stall here and that slight bear reversal happening. If they're not going to break at 4.7, 4.8, but they have odds through 155 and 2. What would be the best point in time for them to bring this down a little bit? now. Yeah, because it gives you some odds to still negate, right? If they're going to bring this down, then you still have odds to try negating here if they bring this back up between 150, 52. I would bet money if that 4-6 had broke over 9-5-7-5, they would have taken out highs on that 4-7 stick, because that's all that's actually needed to get that better structure break. So this period here had a lot of pressure between 5-2 and 5-5. Even though they have odds until just before 2 and after 2, I still think it's pretty important that they try negating some of these structures here. What time did they actually trigger lows? Because I was watching this earlier too. Like this 17-minute, just to see the 5-8, 5-9. I know this had a bit of extended odds, like through 207, 208, and this is a little bit more aligned with the actual high of day that occurred at 11:34. Like back here, do you guys see this? Which is why there could be some slight odds just after 2, but I still think that at least holding these upper 90s, like 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 during this time period is still just important. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like they need at least these ranges here. Especially ahead of 5-5. I should have done another pull, but it's fine. Also, MRK giving some nice continuation today too on that swing trade. Definitely a tough afternoon. I wouldn't say that this session in the afternoon was easy. It required a lot of effort, patience, confluence. The 7-5, 7-6 hold, especially off this point in the day. If they did this ahead of 12:56, we definitely would have gone lower. So the fact that they held this range here ahead was a good sign. I did want to see if they'd at least trigger back over 9.325, 9.350 around this point in time here. Just to at least get it over this 9.2, 9.3 area, because we could have this extension window here through 207, 210, but there we go. Can someone document the 5-5 stick, please? This is quite calculated. Also, I didn't measure this, but you see how these sticks here were big breaking sticks? These ones here. Do you guys see this? These three right here. You guys paying attention? You guys listening? From a range theory approach, the times of day that would be directly correlated with these kinds of range breaks would be here. Okay, at like 1:57. So if that was the case, that would be the break ahead of 2 o'clock. And it's in a direct correlation with these points in time here, but I'm not really sure if those odds are that high. That would also make sense as being like the 2-minute delay, but I feel like they're gonna hold off on this. Yep, see, look, do you see the range on this stick? That's because these points in time are directly correlated with, so this is correlated with this. That's pretty insane. I would bet that they're almost similar in range too. Let's see. How much range was given on this stick? From high to low to close, 2.75. So pretty close. So it's unfortunate that they reduced it though. I definitely feel like they're postponing this. Which means what? What does that mean? If they're postponing this and giving some range off these sticks. These sticks had very high correlation with this. Look, see? Look at this range. That's crazy. These sticks could imply the same type of price action as this point in time here. Look at this. That's wild. And again, if they had cleared properly, then you'd get those better structural breaks, right? Of 9.7, 9.8. Do you see this? And that would have been if they broke on time at 1:55. You have to admit that that's impressive, that these times of day were in direct correlation with these points in the day, which can give very similar price action and range. That's insane. Yeah, they're definitely trying to limit this. And it makes sense. What did I tell you guys earlier this week? Do you guys remember? The worst case scenario here would be them trying to do what? What would be the worst case scenario? So I did mention earlier this week that due to the fact that they took us down a little bit lower than I would have preferred, okay? They could do this. What would be the worst case scenario for the week? What do you guys think? Good evening. What would be the worst case scenario for the week? Or not the worst case scenario for the week. This is a really good scenario regardless. What would be the worst case scenario for end of day today for real-time traders? And look, these are very, very, very calculated spots. What would be the worst case scenario if they wanted to reduce range? Nope. For real-time day traders, a pullback's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. What would be the worst case scenario for this afternoon? And I did say that they might actually stall ranges. Yeah, they can make this a pinnable session into the close. This is the 6.25, 7.5 point reduction off highs. Do you get it? That's why holding those ranges would have been a bit more ideal. Do you understand what I'm saying? Around 69, 70, 71. Got it? If we had held 8891 earlier in the week, then we would have had a much better odd of this giving us the 20s today. Okay. Does that make sense? You see, you would have had 20, 22, 21. Got it? That's the range differential between here and here. 21 points, 20 points, 26 points. Does that make sense? That would have been your expansion scenario had we held the zone. Yeah, you'd stay stuck because these are technically enough to be considered max ranges for the session. Do you see it? Look at the overhead here. That's the reduction of 6.25 and 7.5 points. What becomes of an essence here for them to keep those odds in play of not staying stuck sideways in these areas this afternoon? Which is crazy that this would basically be the stall of 9.7. Because if you can't break 9.7, you're better off not breaking it, right? Correct? And I told you guys last week, in order to get a break of highs, all that's really required is a break of 9.7. So it's pretty funny that these ranges that they maxed down this week are calculated around 9.7. That's the structural reduction here, which is crazy. What's the one thing that could help odds to avoid this from staying stuck sideways this afternoon at these extremely pinnable spots? Remember, these were the spots that we wanted to pin at last week and they just couldn't do it. In case you forgot. Did you guys forget? We wanted to pin 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7 these days. We pinned 8.8, 8.9. The worst case scenario for day traders today would be that they're just going to reset this pin, which means they're going to pin above 8.990, but pin beneath 9.97. Got it? That would be a pin reset if they did that, which would keep us stuck between here. Beneath 9.7, above 8.8. That's the worst case scenario for this afternoon. What would the best case scenario be? Or a better case scenario? And the thing that would have to happen would be it has to break on time. Time is your key aspect here. What would have to happen? Definitely have to take out 9.6, 9.7. Maybe give a break of 0.2, 0.3. And then maybe they pin these areas here. Got it? That's your second scenario. What's your best scenario at this point? You guys give me the best scenario. What's the best scenario at this point? Because I feel like any other odds are gone based on them stalling at these crucial points in the day. What's the best case scenario now? And I did say earlier this week that they might cap range there. To where? Where would they potentially squeeze us to? You guys are fetching too far again. We haven't even been able to break 9.7 and it's 2 o'clock. No. That's way... What? By this afternoon? That's insane. Where have they potentially limited range to this week? And I mentioned that they could easily do this. I actually copy and pasted it like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, but these are very crucial conditions. You're misunderstanding the trade. It's not about seeing bigger. Today's a big flip date, but it's also very calculated. Where are they potentially limiting range to? Even on an expansion scenario. Trust me, I've seen bigger too. No, I feel like O2 is... Anything above O2 we said is considered an expansion at this point, right? Like above O2, O5. So that's where they could maybe see like those triggers, but like of the 08, 10, 12, 14 spot, I don't think that they'll do that if they can't clear this during this time period. They haven't even broken 9.7 yet. 9.7 is a pretty big spot to stall. Okay, so that would be the best case scenario for us this afternoon if they did something like that. Especially them stalling this period here. So this isn't bad because they didn't fully exhaust. They did bring it down, but they could try turning this around during this time period. Usually 224, 232 are generally important points in the day anyway. And I could see that they would stall 95, 96 during the 144, 48, 2 o'clock period, especially if they wanted to limit range on the session this afternoon, considering they were getting pretty close to that anyway. 207 would be the point of turnaround though, so they need some decent structural holds here to avoid this from heading back lower and reducing our odds this afternoon. No. I could be wrong. I don't think that they'll give us those 20s today anymore. They had to clear, I'd say, back in here, and especially right here for that to have even been an odd. We also would have probably preferred to have held closer to 88 and 90 versus that expansion on the range down back here. Okay, so this 13 points, you see how they're holding 12, 13 points right here? This is a good sign, especially off that 07. Someone wants to document that. But I do feel like this is essentially what was taken from some of these upside ranges, which is why they, even if they did expand, they could limit us to like the 10 spot 09. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's still an hour and 50 minutes to go though, so we'll see. 207 was the first point in turnaround here. So far, not bad. They're still holding above 8586. I didn't really want them coming back beneath this. Where is it? These ranges though. They're closing above, but barely holding above 8788. Are you guys okay if I mute myself for a few minutes here? Something interesting that I did notice is that the 2 p.m. and 1:59, like which could like easily be pinnable spots for the session today, they did bring it back to where the Friday and Thursday pins were. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but I just thought that was a pretty interesting observation, which is kind of hinting that they want to keep this pinnable for the session, but it is still a little bit early. But you see what I mean? Like they brought it right back to those points here. Same with the 212.06. I mean, hopefully it's not pinnable, but so far it's leaning towards that. And it's because market knows that they don't really owe us much more than this range in here today. This is 88 points from open, 132 points in range on the week, which was our max range for the week anyway. So they definitely don't owe us above these areas here. It would just be nice if they did, because they'd give us a better pin, but here we go. Six 49497 is a huge wall that is required to test and break these ranges. Those could give us these odds here. It's still going to be a battle of the zone, which is what we're experiencing. We can still gauge for 88 to 132 points for the week. We literally hit exactly 132 points in the week and 88 points from today's real-time open to real-time highs. This would have been more of an expansion scenario, and that would have been more like if they held around 6388 versus the 60s. Our goal for the week was to try hitting at least 6510 by the 21st, 22nd. If we get early week volatility, which we did, that was the reversal early week. This was primarily due to the 13 stalling that 6502 area. We're still on track for tracking our Q3 target. So I feel like the report was honestly perfect. I'm not gonna lie. Like I feel like our ranges were exact. Even the overall weekly ranges were exact. Today's real-time ranges are exact. It just sucks that they could be resetting the... It was them taking it a little bit lower that's giving us those odds of staying stuck. Does that make sense? Because trust me, if they would have broken or held closer to this, like the 8-8 period, like the 8-8, 8-9, okay, let's go off 8-8. Do you see this? They would have had a better odd of getting here. Does that make sense? Do you see it? Instead of off of here, like these lows right here. That's why they're limiting this a little bit. Okay. So there's the range limitation there. The only reason why they could reset this is based off the actual structural open if they want to break at close. Does that make sense? So that being said, if they did something like that off opening range, they could try breaking at the close. What would that imply if they wanted to do something like that? What would that imply for us today? I'm not saying that the odds are completely gone, but they're definitely getting reduced at this point in the session now, just because this is too big of a spot to be stalling. They have yet to break 128 points off the ideal low, which would be us breaking this range in here. Okay. These are the calculated overheads here. what would be required? So it's pretty calculated. You have to admit that that's insanely impressive. This 44-point break on this stick. Okay. This 88-point break from open. That's wild. So our odds got reduced as soon as they took us a tiny bit lower than that 88. You guys didn't answer the question. What would they have to do? What could this imply? So if they're breaking off of lows to highs, and they want to maybe keep this odd in play of breaking 96, 97, 98 today, at what point in time would they be doing that? They definitely don't have to. They don't owe us anything above these 96, 94. These are max ranges for the session, by the way. This is what was calculated. No. What point would they do this? If you're breaking off highs to low, you'd break from open to, like, that's one reason why they could keep this stuck. Yeah, till close. That's if they really want to just keep this stuck until close, which could really kill premiums. Does that make sense? That's a pinning the close type scenario, especially if they already met like the weekly range and the real-time range from open to highs or lows to highs. We might get some good SPX trades, but that's only if they actually want to break 9798, okay? If they don't want to break 9798, you're just going to stay stuck between these ranges here. The market definitely doesn't owe us above 94, 95, 96, 97 today, if it doesn't want to. These are definitely enough to be considered max ranges for the session today. So try not to get too carried away, okay? What did I say they have to hold this afternoon for us to even have an auto breaking high of day? Don't get this wrong. Where do we have to hold this afternoon for them to even give us an odd? Especially around 230, 224, 232. Okay, no worries. See ya, M-Dog. Yeah, around that 84, 8375, 85. And ideally try bringing it back above that 88, 89 around the 232 to 236 period. Just try not having your expectations too high when they've already hit max ranges, okay? Another way you can look at this too, actually, is if they did take out highs and they broke that range from the actual real-time open, this 03, 06 area is aligned with 9496. What's 9496? Points in range. This area here, what is this? What's like 94, 96, 98? Right? If they wanted to maybe not give us the full range, like off real-time open, which is going to be super hard for them to do, they'd probably give us like 3/4 of it. That would be something like this. Okay? Like these areas here, which is basically stalling 6,500. So far, they're still struggling here. Pinnable session because too many of you guys voted higher. I could tell, though, that they were going to reduce the range as soon as they started stalling here. Here, like they brought volume in right here at 111, okay? But they stalled 112, the break here, and then stalling between 116 and 121. That implied that they're definitely going to try reducing some of this range this afternoon. And then the secondary stall here at 144, 150 before 2 imply that they could keep this pinnable, or at least like limit the range this afternoon, unfortunately. I hope we get like an end of day ramp. Like I would be happy, but it doesn't really look like it. This is looking like it's pretty pinnable for the week. Did you guys have a good session though, hopefully? I'm gonna grab some water and use the washroom. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. It seems like they're just really stalling this. Of course, we still don't want to lose 7-4 today. That would not be good. And ideally, at a minimum, we probably want to close above this 8-8, 8-9, hopefully around the 90s this time if they're not going to take this any higher. I'll be right back. Sorry guys. Some okay turnaround during our 230, 232, 236 period. 236, 38 are general time flips for the market, so we just wanted to see if they'd at least hold 84, 85. Try getting this back above 88, ideally over this 8950, 90.5. I feel like that's required to see any sort of progress this afternoon, like especially if they are trying to not keep this stuck. That would kind of help us a little bit. There we go. That's the kind of stick we need. We need a break of 8-9. I kind of drew this box before I left. So that's not bad. Maybe like to here though would be even better. Yeah, I don't really see a cup and handle though, but like maybe on like a wider time frame. This would be the handle. It was just kind of ideal that they try retracting or retracing these points here. Usually 3/8 is an important time of day for the market, around 238. This kind of box range here. I don't know, like I'm trying to stay positive that they could give us some breaks this afternoon, but this is still looking extremely pinnable to me, you guys. Which I hope I'm wrong about that, but so far that's what this is looking like, unless they give us some major range breaks before 3. I feel like we need at least back over this 9.4, 9.575 range that they stalled back here. Let's take a look. Usually when you get like 7th bars, you can get 11 and 10 extensions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the 10th bar period that runs till 48. 11 runs from 04 to 20. So there could be some odds here if they really decide to turn this around, but do you see how they'd have to act pretty quickly on that? Like before 3? Otherwise, they'd kind of keep this stuck this afternoon. This is from here till 4-1-5-8. Yeah, it's basically just resetting the pin from last week if they did something like that. Look at the range on this 3/8 stick. They really don't want to break the range here this afternoon, do they? Like, see? That could have gotten us this 9.2, 9.3 retest. They're really trying their best to limit the range on this afternoon. A 3-point break could have gotten us close to like 9.2, 9.3. That's a massive stick at 3.8. So as much as I want to believe that they're going to give us some good range this afternoon, I don't think they are. Like this, they gave up most of the odds back here. Like this is kind of their last period to do so. They are sustaining though, don't get me wrong, so they're still giving some good holds. Off 8.4, 8.5, 8.8, but remember what I said earlier, we're not going to really see like progressive price action occur until they bring this back on a cleared structural break, kind of like what they did back here. Like you see when they brought it back right here, and then they had this nice clearance break. We're not really going to see progressive price action like that unless they do the same thing this afternoon, and specifically off this like 12.06, 12.08. Basically it has to clear this box, which is what they're stuck in. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this little range right here. Do you see this? This area here that they failed. This was such a shitty point in the day to stall. Does that make sense to you guys or no? Like stalling during this point in the day, this is what is allowing for this sideways price action right now. This right here. Okay? And look at where they're keeping this stuck. And then them stalling again during this point right here, did the same thing because they kept it stuck during a very important point. And then right here at 4-4, they didn't break highs. They kept it stuck, which could keep it stuck all afternoon between these ranges, basically. Which today had the highest odds of a reset, so. Okay. 4-1 was the, I think that 16 or 17 minute flip that I was watching earlier. Yeah, it is. Kind of forming a bit of a reversal pattern here on this breakdown of 8-4. So where do you guys think they'd have to be trading above for them to keep odds favorable this afternoon? Because this is essentially the box range that keeps both sides at risk this afternoon. Essentially, like, these are probably the 5.5 to 6 point intervals. It's pretty crazy that they stalled too at 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, because this was the best odds of breaking back over these ranges here. So anything past this period is definitely a reduction. That would have taken you right back to highs, but do you see that even off these ranges here, that would still be limiting us beneath 9.5. Do you see this? Yeah, we're not going to have any progressive price action unless they come back above these areas here. Like the 90.5, 91. So far they're struggling a little bit. I have like 17 messages to respond to. That's insane. Are we still within range though, you guys? I know this is pretty boring, but it's still good to understand why price is trading the way it's trading. Do we have anything else scheduled late this afternoon? I didn't see anything, but just in case I missed something. Was there anything else that we had scheduled this afternoon? Okay. So in the most dumbed down way of looking at this is just basically stuck within a 22-point range, because market makers know that if they break within a 22-point threshold here, that'll trigger volatility, and they might just want to be saving some of this for either pinning the session today, getting a late day break. So they're essentially holding within, like, between our 9.7 and the 7.4 support, let's say. They're kind of trading within 50% of the range right here. Do you see it? Off the more ideal areas of sustainment, which was a little bit closer to this range here. Like back in here, probably best that they get back over 8.5. If we really want to try triggering 0.3, 0.4, like this area here. Okay, like pay attention. They really have to start breaking over 9.1. Do you see that? I just want you guys to see from like this kind of angle here. Do you see that? Okay. Kind of like this, like 7.5 is the calculated spot. If they really want to start triggering that, they need over 8.8. Because of all the lag that they made, like a break over that 6.505.50, 6.505.75, you'd have to start clearing 8.9. The reason why sustaining closer to 9.1, 9.2 would have been better, even 9.3, is it would have given us the highest odd of getting like that 65.10 break today. Do you see what I'm saying? This area here. So I would say that those odds are, they're definitely getting a little bit limited. But I feel like if they can at least get it above this 8.8, especially before 3, then it could still leave these odds in play. That's the 22-point hold right here. These are also the 66-point holds off open back here to the exact penny, by the way. So holding closer to like a 13-point ratio is going to really help our odds. Do you see this right here? This 13-point hold? That'll really, really help us this afternoon. This was more of like a 17-point hold back here when they were trying to sustain, which is not bad because that could imply you could still get that break right here. Do you see it? To like this area here. But what kind of break would we want from this range right here, ideally? If they're going to give us some structural holds this afternoon. This is the overall range that we could have had reduced. And remember what I said too, off lows. If once they start maybe getting some structural breaks, that this is also another really cool way of measuring this, is off the real-time lows. This 90.50 spot, guys, is also the 88-point break right here. Do you see that? So your price action's not going to really progress. Like you see if you get this break above here. Do you see it? And here, 02, 03. Do you see how you really need to break this area between 8875 and 90, basically 91? What time do you think you'd have to do that by to keep your odds at least relatively favorable? What do you guys think? Probably before 3. So 148, they did try bringing this back over the 887589, but stalling here off 250. There was a lot of odds just before 3 and just after 3. I still think that they're reducing this though. Even just based off how they keep stalling right here. Majority voted for highs are in. Second place was 6497 to 6501. Is this helping you guys at least have some realistic expectations this afternoon? I feel like some of you earlier were looking, I don't know, it's a little too aggressive considering the kind of PA that we had. I feel like this is kind of what so they are still holding a 12, 13 point move here, which is good. So once we start breaking back beneath 8.3, guys, 8.2, then I would say all odds are off the table. So are odds still on the table here? To get a test of 9.7. 9.675 is our actual calculated spot. Yes, this is exactly 13 points from that 9.675. Okay, so I still think odds are there to retest it. I just didn't think that we'd get the 20s anymore after they stalled this period here. Unfortunately, I actually didn't think they'd give us the 20s when they stalled the 12.06 period back here. Like as soon as they started stalling this point here, that already reduced odds of 20s. This was the overall reduction that they gave. And now when they stalled back in here, this is when they really reduced odds for extended periods of range. Them sustaining right here is good, but they need, so now they've sustained enough to at least give us a retest of 9.67597, which is the 88 and 132 point break from today's real-time open and weekly lows, which was our max range for the week. So really market doesn't owe us above that. What do they have to do at this point though? So they've sustained. What else is required here? What must they do? And it seems like they're stalling half the range, like 6.5. So it makes sense that this break here would also be the 6.5 point break. What else do they have to do here? Yeah, it sucks that they brought it back though. I was really hoping they'd break back in here, but they stalled. I say we need at least the half point break. Like we need this 90, 91, 92 break before 3. Otherwise these odds are going to keep us stuck sideways. Because remember at 2 what I said they did before these closing sticks? These were okay for pins, but they didn't really progress us. This just implied that they might keep us stuck beneath 9.1 for the entire hour, right? Which they did. They are. Like 8.9 is also stalling here. Do you see this? This kind of gave us an idea of what they were going to do for this next hour. So how important you think it is that they try to reset this before 3 o'clock here. So far, they're not doing a very good job of that. These are also the calculated ranges from last week's close. And they're setting this up for this week's close, right? That's not a coincidence. These are prior week's closing points, which are also 66 points from the prior week's open. And they basically sustained 66 points from today's open this afternoon. Isn't that so weird? The market is such a strange thing sometimes when you look at it from like a math approach, how they hold things up. So that's what's making this a pinnable session into the close, is they know that they don't owe us above here. They know all they have to do is close in between here. They knew that they had to hold here to give us an odd of closing here. They're definitely reducing odds in here ahead of 3, unless they give us some crazy negation sticks in the next 2 minutes. But you see why I said that this could be very, very sideways this afternoon, or pinnable price action, which is bad for day trading because you're not going to get range in either end, like either side. It's just going to be very stuck sideways. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Tesla, I'm pretty sure, stalled that. Have my primary Tesla template anymore. I don't know what happened to it, because Tesla basically moves in like 32-point intervals. These holds right here imply that they could easily come back and like retest this range in here. Today's open implies that they could come back and break. What is that? 353, like this area here, but there could be some odds of stalling. I'd say that the 26th is probably the same sort of flip dates for Tesla, like today's date and the 26th for the retest of this range. I think this is my Tesla chart. Yeah, today was a flip day on Tesla too. I forget what, I would mark this 333.81 and this 322.76. See if I can find my other template. I don't remember which one I charted it on. Might be this one here. I think this range is kind of just the box range for Tesla. I lost my primary Tesla chart that I had charted for like 6 years, which was very sad. Very sad day for me. But I think we mostly were just looking at it from these intervals. So maybe off today's closing price, you could look to see. That could probably break some of the structure here, because essentially you want to be able to break this structure. So if it's moving in like 32.29 intervals, then you need to close at least above, what is this, 336.70 to give you an odd of getting these structure breaks right here for next week. Like this breaking point right here. These are good holds though. These were, see, like the clearing of this right here is actually giving you a very decent odd of taking out these spots right here, like 351, 353. Even today's lows. These are pretty good structural holds. This is also probably why they're stalling right here though. Like off the opening range. Or these low ranges. Where was the overnight lows? Back in here. So that's setting up for like a retest of these areas, but where do they open today for real time? 32167. 32167. That looks pretty good for a reset to come back and take out these lows here, or these failures. I mean, Apple just stalled our 230, 232. That's a crazy stall, that 230.43. But didn't it stall our 234, 35 spots? It's still holding the midpoint though, the 223, 224. Apple's stuck in an inside range on multiple time frames, so it's for it to get these structure breaks and get that next leg to 244. It didn't really have the highest odds to do it this quarter, but I feel like once you start getting some better structure breaks, like this is a really nice structure test and hold here, especially for the 21st. Right? And the 13th, like look, the 13th tested this 235. I'd say you'd have to get some breaks back above 229, 230 by the 26th for this to give that retest of 234 by month end for Apple. Okay, guys, I want to see what is happening here on ES just because I need to start closing out some of my positions. Okay, so they held at 3. There was some volume that came in. They brought it back over A775. Not quite enough. I had some odds just after 3. Right here at like 304. I think 315. But this still looks extremely stuck to me. Like, I don't feel like they have super high odds of breaking this afternoon. That'd be pretty hard. Netflix is pretty straightforward. It stalled our 1247. I feel like we already covered Netflix so much. It's kind of just hovering these ranges in here. Like we did say it has to hold above that 1194. Looks like it made slightly higher lows today. Like above here. But it's still stuck within multiple inside ranges. I don't really think it... This was the box down here. It's still stuck there. Do you see that? Basically between 1198 and 1208, there isn't really much odds or range. You'd have to get some structure breaks above or below. And that was mostly off that 1247 stall. Most of our targets, though, were insanely accurate for Tesla, Apple, Netflix, ES. This was the second point in turnaround here late afternoon I had between like 304, 315. This is just... I hate pinnable closes. They're so boring. But at least we know it's set up to do nothing. Could we still retest high of day? Wrong answer. Yeah, we could. They held enough range and they haven't broken beneath any major spots yet. They just haven't broken that overhead. So are they potentially setting this up to be an open to close scenario? To give us a better odd of, hopefully, fingers crossed, pinning 9697 area today. Have they limited max range scenarios for this session though, however? That's a trick question, by the way. Have they limited odds for max range scenarios for the session today? The answer is no. That's a trick question. Max range scenarios. Have they limited expansion scenarios for the session today? Yes. Have we already hit a max range for the session today? Yes, we have, right? We already talked about it. These are definitely enough to be considered max ranges for the week, max ranges for the session. We hit 132 points. That was my weekly target. So, okay, so we don't have to break these highs. We could still be at an odd to do so based on like sustainment here, but this seems more of like a pinnable close to me. We hit 132.25 points for the session. We've hit 133.5 points for the week. Does the market owe you above that? You've almost hit a 107-point ratio here. From real-time open, you've hit exactly 88 points. How many points did I say that we could move within for the week? In both directions. Okay, so how would you have not already hit max range on the week? Do you get what I'm saying? Is this two directional price action this week? With early odds of downside early in the week, good odds of retracements back up for the 22nd. From a high to low, the market doesn't owe us anything above this. From today's open to highs, it doesn't owe us anything above this. Does that make sense? The only way it could is based off the actual session open, right? Or like this ideal session low, like yesterday, versus the weekly lows, which is where they could give that 6502, 6498 break. Do you get what I'm saying? That 6.5 to 7 point offset. But the market definitely doesn't owe us that. Understanding that will help you manage your trades a lot better. Today is also linked back to these very important structures on the 12th, 13th, and 14th. Okay, the 22nd is directly correlated to that. This is correlated to the 12th, which means we have odds of doing what today? Look at what they did here. Okay, pay attention. This is yesterday was extremely calculated, like where they closed, where they opened. Okay, 13th is extremely calculated. What are they doing here? This will give us that extension through the 26th. What are they doing here? This all started from the 4th and 1st. Okay. What do they do? This is really cool. If you're listening, today's not only a 128-point break or 132-point break. This spot right here is also the 256-point range. Isn't that cool? Do you see that? Do you see how that could set you up to get this kind of a break, maybe? Do you see it? What are they doing here? They sustained the lows, retraced the close. They're resetting what? To give us a probability of what by the 26th? Which is why the market doesn't really owe us too much this afternoon. I still want it to hold off 7.5, 7.6, 7.8, don't get me wrong. Ideally over this 8.4. What do we want to happen this afternoon? Even if they do literally nothing at all, what do we want to see happen this afternoon? Thanks for being here. Have a good weekend. Well, what do we want to do this afternoon? We just want a better pin. That's it. We don't really need much else. We just want a better pin. Okay, we just want to try pinning above 8.8, ideally over 8.8, 7.5, 8.9, 50. 90.5, 91.5, even 92 would not be bad. Best case scenario would be between that 9.4 to 9.7 area. Very calculated spots would be closer to like this 9.5, 9.550, 9.575. Okay? Do you guys have a very good handle on what happened this week? I really hope you guys do, because the report was extremely accurate for both time frames, direction, flip dates, range, open, close, highs, lows. You have to study that. I highly doubt a lot of people thought we'd get this big upside reversal today. And we drew this exact structure yesterday, going back to reset these pins here. And they gave us even more than we needed, because could they have just stalled us back here and reset the pins here in the 60s and 70s? Like back to weekly open? Yes, they could have, right? But market was nice enough to give us a bit of an extension here. Another way that you can look at this is if they were to break these highs today, which odds are getting kind of low. These would also be linked to like a 33-point break from here, or 34-point break from these previous closing prices off weekly open. Or an extension is another way you can look at it. Yeah, well, I did say that I think he'd be dovish today. Someone asked me yesterday, and I said based on price and where they're trading, and if they close above 8.8, then I don't see how they would bring it lower. And with the 22nd being a very important flip date. So we're still at risk here this afternoon, though, don't get me wrong, between this 7.4 to 9.6 range. And they're definitely running out of time this afternoon to extend some of the ranges here, but where do you guys think they're going to pin the close today? We had some turnarounds at 15, 16. I kind of stopped tracking now just because it's a pinnable close, so it doesn't really matter. They're only slightly holding these 13-point ratios off this lower high. So there's definitely some risk here in losing 8-1, 8-2. How is this tough to tell? They're going to pin the 80s. Maybe low 90s. They stall, they reduce range. They're still, unless they come back beneath this area here. Like 7-4, 7-6, 7-8. I don't see how they don't pin the 80s. What are you struggling with seeing? This is the pinnable box range into the close. I even drew it earlier. Probably between 8-4 and 9-6. And I could tell based on the reduction in range that they had here that, and that's that 1.25. Maybe off like that 8.375. Or 8.4 area. It's basically last week's conditions reset. So, what exactly is it that you're struggling with? Not really. It's still within range. Your range is between 7.4 and 9.7 or 0.2. Okay? Your median range is probably between, like your ideal range is definitely between 8.8 and 9.6. This is kind of like a, how do I explain it? Like anything beneath 8.4 but above 7.7, 7.6 is like a dead range. Like there's not, this doesn't really give us much confluence here. So I'm not surprised to see them break down these spots here at this point in the day, because this is still a, technically a 13-point hold right here, but a slight breach. Do you see that? From this lower high. So it's still within range. This is the range. The 22 points. This is more of where we'd want to pin, okay? There's a difference. Does that make sense? The only way we'd be out of range is if we broke beneath 7.4. Pinnable ranges is closing points. Okay? Those are your end of day closing points. Like this area here has the highest odds for end of day close. Your range for risk to reward is beneath 7.4 or above 9.7. You're thinking more of like a high to low. This is more from like a closing point, like an open to close metric. Okay? If you're looking at it from like here, we're basically stalling to get back above here from like a high to low ratio. Do you see that? Open to close ratio. This should be 22 points. What's half of 22? Do you see why you're struggling there a little bit? So if they're limiting range, this might help you understand it better. If they're limiting range to keep it pinnable between like 88, 90, 91, do you get what I'm saying? And they don't want to take out the highs, like off of 7.3, let's say, you could afford some risk back to like 8.2. So if we want to close a minimum of like that 8.875, you don't really want to lose 8.1. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not lower than where, I don't really know how to explain this in a way that's going to make sense to you. Oh, well, we don't have to get back in the 90s. The market doesn't owe us that. We just want to try pinning above 8.8. So in order to pin above 8.8 or try to reset last week's pins, you just basically have to close within a, so where did they close that session? 8.9. Okay, and where's our 22-point ratio off here? If you want it to just be simplified, just put it directly to, that's a 66-point hold, but you can also set it so that it's directly to this level here. Do you see it? This is 50% of that range from that pin. Okay, so you don't want to lose this area here. That's going to decrease your odds of getting like a pin above 8.8 or 8.9 or whatever. The only time we'd be at major risk is if we lose this mark right here, like the 7.4, 7.3, because that's what can put us back at risk of getting these nasty structures here, and that's what would give us odds of maybe getting those prior pin ranges of like 5.7, 5.8, 6.3, 7.1. So it is ideal that they try holding the line here into the close, especially the last half hour. Like off of 6.49575, let's say, we would have had to have held above that 8.5, 8.4 spot. Do you see what I'm saying? Even off of here, that would have at least given us an odd of 9.4, 9.5. Holding 8.8 would have given us the best odds of getting a break of like 6,500. Holding closer to 90, 9.1, 9.2, which we just kept failing to do, would have given us the highest odds of getting the 65.02 break this afternoon. So in other words, them holding around 8.1, 8.2 can still give us maybe an odd of 9.1, 9.2. It's just, they really have to hold. We could afford some risk back even to like 7.7 and still have an odd of pinning 8.8, but It's not going to be the best type of close at that point. Yeah, sorry guys. I tried to stick around on the stream this afternoon. This also takes away from my positions too. So, and I'm managing 3 accounts today, and it was a lot of talking and explaining, but try to maybe rewatch the stream to understand it better. Sometimes it's hard to do in real time when you're trading. So imagine me trying to explain to a bunch of other people and also trading. So maybe just rewatch the stream this weekend. So if they take us back down to these ranges here, it's just basically resetting what we talked about yesterday for these types of resets for the weekly open versus weekly close. And it's not the worst case scenario. It's just not the best for odds for next week unless they gave us like a gap opening range. But technically speaking, it is all we needed to do. And I mentioned that the day before yesterday is they just have to reset these pins. But since they got us to the 90s today, it would be better if they could just pin the 80s. So we'll have to see what they do here. What do you guys think? How many think that they're... It seemed like highs were in based on where they stalled earlier, but I don't know. I feel like if they still hold 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, technically speaking, they still could bring this back, but because it's still within that point range, and maybe holding a 17 point ratio here might be helpful off highs, because where did they stall highs? But they're definitely running out of time. Yeah, this is 17 points. The risk would really increase, though, if they took out 7.4. I noticed that there was liquidity here, too. So are we at a disadvantage if they actually did fail these ranges here and pinned us back around the 70s, like 7.1, 7.4, 7.8? That's a trick question, by the way. Are we at a disadvantage if they pin us around 7.4, 7.6, 7.8 after stalling 9.7 versus pinning us around 8.5, 8.8, 8.9, 90? What do you guys think? If they pin us instead at 7.1, 7.4, 7.6, are we at a disadvantage? Come on. No, we're not. Last week we ideally wanted 9.1, 9.2 pins. This past week we wanted at least a 7.1, 7.4, 7.6, 7.8 open. So if they can't snap 9.7, are you better off stalling? If they can't take out 9.7 on the second attempt, are you better off stalling? Yes. Okay. So If they can't give us a proper reset here, then even closing around these areas is still not bad. That's still what was ideal for last week and still could help. They just might have to take it a bit lower sometimes to take it higher. That's kind of that scenario if they did want to pin this area here. Would pinning 6-7, 6-8, 6-9 be a disadvantage? If they can't take out 9-7, you're okay to pin 7-1 to 7-8. Make sense? We definitely don't want to go back down here though. I don't want 6-6, 6-7, 6-9 pins. That would not be good. Unless they gap us up or something on Sunday. But today's the 22nd, which is a very important closing date. If they can't break these ranges here, then you're okay to pin here, with the condition that you definitely try to retest as early as Monday, ideally by the 26th. If you're gonna close around here, 8-4, 8-5, 8-8, which basically isn't really progressive from those previous closing sticks on the 13th and 14th, you'd have to have a gap open on the 25th. Does that make sense? So it does apply some pressure, but those would be the conditions. It's okay, it's still within range. Our condition for end of week was to just pin back at 6-6, 7-1, 7-4, 7-8, basically reset the weekly pin. So technically they're still okay to pin here. It's just not, it just puts more pressure for the 25th and 26th. And this is mostly because they stalled 9-7 and they hit a weekly range. This is the pinnable close though, so you don't even have to be trading it. It's more just for, you could technically have taken a short off the 9-4, 9-5 area, but I wouldn't be doing any longs or anything like that this afternoon. Mostly because this range was limited anyway up here, and odds really reduced back here. We're also better off pinning a bit lower if they can't give us the 9-7 break. Because if you can't break high enough, then you don't want to pin. Because pinning 8-8 is okay, but it's still not high enough, if that makes sense. Like 9-1, 9-2, 9-4, those would be better. So we'll see if they end up holding off the 7-4, 7-3 mark. They could still back test, like I said, and try to retrace back. I think this is still within that 22 point threshold. I feel like this is actually 22 points this time. Yeah, it is. I just don't want them to pin this area, like 6.5, 6.6, 6.9. Those are not good spots to pin. That's too low. This is higher and resets the 6.6, 6.7 pins. This isn't higher, so it doesn't really reset anything. It kind of just keeps us on track. We'll see what they do here the last 15 minutes. Yeah, but that really reduces our odds this afternoon, though. Because these are still pinnable spots for the market. All right, what do you guys think? So final 10 minutes coming up here. I feel like if they really want to pin this in the 90s or keep those odds in play for end of day, they definitely need to back over that 8.4, 8.5 mark for this to be applicable, and especially by that 350 period. Otherwise, they still held 7.4 though, so that's pretty impressive. Let's see what they do here. What do you guys think? Give me a pin. You don't have to be right about this either. It's just so that I could see what you guys think. So it would be like SPX right now is 64.60s. So maybe SPX pinning 7.1, 7.2, 7.3 would not be bad. I really wanted at least a 9.192 pin. I feel like we can only get that though if they break 8.5, 8.4 in the next 2 minutes. And if that 5.4, 5.5 time of day, retest this area here. Otherwise, those odds are very, very limited. If they stall this area here at these points in time, then we could definitely pin the 70s. It'd be like a 7.4, 7.6, 7.8 reset. We'll see though. A375 being retested here at 4.8. That's the first condition. So far still stuck. See if they can take out 8.5 in the first 10 seconds here. You definitely need some immense strength at these few sticks to get any sort of constructive price action this afternoon. Otherwise, it's still going to be within those limited range. $50 is not looking bad. We definitely need at least over 8.5. For this to stick a little bit, or at least 8.3, 7.5, 8.4. See if there's any follow through. There is a flip at 5.2. What do you guys think? Anyone think that they'll give us those end of day sticks? Or you think that they just kind of keep this stuck around here between this area here? This is essentially what I expected them to do. It does suck that they brought it back to 7.4 because that does limit the range a little bit, but so far some heavy stalls at 8.5. So this area here is a little bit more in line with kind of like back to the 13th, 14th, like closing opening price points. So we definitely need at least some structure breaks here to get some better odds. I would say max by 355. So far they're stalling. We're starting to run out of time on breaking this 8586 wall. You see the stall here? This is what was going to decipher whether or not they want to keep this closer to these upper 70s or this range in here. You're actually better off closing here if you can't get breaks above here. Like I was saying earlier, it's the reset for our weekly pins, which was this area here. Okay, I'm going to shut off the stream, guys, just so I can manage some of my positions into next week. We'll see where they end up closing this. I feel like it's probably going to end up holding right around this range in here. So far, 7-4 hold. Honestly, it doesn't really matter at this point. Anywhere above 7-4, 7-6, 7-8 is fine if they can't give us breaks above 8-8, 8-9. But that would just set us so that maybe we could get some gap